yet. It is raining at the stadium. A storm has moved through. They anticipate it. They had the tarp on the field, so everything is going to be fine. We're going to have baseball today, but this is going to move through, and hopefully it's also going to cool things off. And when we have baseball, it's going to be a beauty between the Yankees and the Red Sox. Two great pitchers going at it. CC Sabathia against Josh Beckett as the Yankees try to salvage the final game of this three-game set. But the storm is a significant one, so let's check it out with my 9 meteorologist, Audrey Puente. Audrey? As I said, it'll be a beauty. Red Sox against the Yankees in front of a full house here at the stadium. Josh Beckett against CC Sabathia, two of the best pitchers in baseball. Right now, sit back and enjoy an episode of Everybody Loves Raymond right here on My 9. Will be about a 3.5-hour rain delay. CC Sabathia is about to pick up that baseball, and when he does, he's going to start his warm-ups, and we'll be very close to starting the Yankees against the Red Sox. Let's take a look at the Boston Red Sox starting lineup that's going to face Sabathia. It's brought to you by Blimpie, America's Sub Shops. Right now, the Red Sox are in first place in the American League East with a 35-26 record. They lead off their center fielder, Jacoby Ellsbury. Marco Scudero at second base will bat second. Adrian Gonzalez at first will hit third. Batting cleanup, the third baseman, Kevin Youkilis. David Ortiz, the DH, bats fifth. Batting sixth, playing shortstop, Jed Lowry. Carl Crawford's in left field, will bat seventh. Batting eighth, playing right field, Mike Cameron. And Jason Varitek, the veteran catcher, will bat ninth.
30-year-old CC Sabathia got a nice little roll here. His last 4 starts, he's won. His start in Anaheim going 8 2/3 and 1 more out in a complete game. Very respectable ERA, 2.8. You see the innings to the 93 1/3 innings, hits 88.
Now let's take a look at the New York Yankees pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-State Ford dealers.
Payback. He's 0-2 against the Red Sox, and also Josh Beckett with a high ERA of 5.11. A true stopper. CC has won the last 4 starts he's made in series finales in which the Yanks were in danger of being swept. On both sides of the plate, I'll tell you, CC has emerged as a true pitcher. Fastballs away, changes speeds, he uses his changeup, still has that power slider, and occasionally gets that velocity in the low to mid-90s.
So he's done with his warm-ups. The Yankees have tossed it around the infield, and we are ready for baseball at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx. It is amazing how full this place is, how many people actually stayed through a 3.5-hour rain delay, and I give them such credit to hang the way they did, and they are here to start this game. Now, is the place packed? No, but it's pretty darn full when a game is starting at about 10:32. Jacoby Ellsbury digs in. CC Sabathia is ready, and let's do it here in the Bronx. The first pitch is high, and we are underway. Hunter Wendelstedt is the home plate umpire. He'll be calling balls and strikes. Six-game hitting streak for Ellsbury. Swing and miss. 1-1. We told you about Hunter Wendelstedt behind the plate. You've got Brian Knight at first. Jerry Lane is at second. Then the veteran crew chief, Bob Davidson, is at third. Sabathia deals the 1-1. There's a strike, 1 and 2. How you doing, O'Neill? You hanging in there?
You know what? I'm just thinking about it. Usually you come to the game on time, you go to your seats, everything. You know, you got a 3.5-hour rain delay. Plenty of time to go around, see the new stadium if you haven't seen the little pictures and the nooks and crannies. You got to make the best of things, right, Mike?
Absolutely. That one's blooped into center field. It's going to dunk in for a base hit. So Jacoby Ellsbury gets on to start the first inning. Third straight game he has led off with a hit.
Well, Al, as a pitcher, I know you can't stand this. You throw a good pitch, you get kind of jamming. But every once in a while, the hitter gets the benefit of the doubt and kind of just jam shot into the outfield. It's pretty interesting to see how a quality left-hander makes this Boston, offense, if it shuts it down. Because this offense has been so comfortable against the Yankees the first couple of games.
Now, Dustin Pedroia is not here tonight. He went back to Boston to have his knee examined. They just say he has a sore knee, and he's going to be back with the team in Toronto. So it's not anything where he's going to need surgery, and he is good to go as Scudero fouls it away. Red Sox are a little bit worried. He has not played up to his past performance, and he's been playing in pain. He's very tough. Finally decided to get it checked out. They put a small camera in there. Not very invasive, and they found out what was going on, and they just said it's a sore kneecap.
He's a better hitter than what he's shown, Michael, 245, and there's no question about it. He's needed. I mean, we talk about Ellsbury, the turnaround, what's going to happen in the middle of the lineup here as we're going to watch this game. Gonzalez and Ortiz, but Ellsbury is an absolute igniter. Yes, they need Pedroia. You get the 1-2 combination on this Red Sox team, it makes it awfully tough to navigate this lineup.
1-1. Pitch outside. Today's closed captioning is brought to you by your local Lexus dealer.
Pedroia adds so much to, just the attitude of this team, too. I mean, little guy goes out, works his butt off, plays hard, has played over his head his whole career just to get here. And it's a mentality that, kind of rubs off on a lot of guys on this team.
The 2-1. Outside 3-1. Now, we always ask this question, and Bears being asked today because it was officially a 3-hour and 27-minute rain delay. A pitcher builds up to a 7:05 start. Al, does this have an adverse effect on Beckett or Sabathia?
It shouldn't. Yeah, you're maybe a little tired. There's a good chance he probably laid in the training room, maybe had a little nap, but they didn't warm up.
Popped up. Cano drifts back. Coming in is Swisher. Makes the call on the catch.
Of course, Michael, your clock is a little different. Yes, 3 hours and 27 minutes. Is that what you said?
Yep.
So, but the fact that they didn't go out, start a little long toss, rain, they put the tarp on, they knew the plan, and you just played accordingly. The fact that they were given so much time to warm up, it shouldn't affect them.
How about for a positional player, Paul?
It is weird, and it's all about the schedule of getting ready at the same time every night. 3.5 hours is a long time, but once you get into the games, the third inning on, into the motion of the game, then you don't, all of a sudden you look up in the 8th inning and it's 12:30, 1 o'clock and think, well, you didn't even realize it was there. But getting into the game can be difficult.
And the Yankees are not that far removed from playing on the West Coast, so maybe this still feels a little normal for them. A couple of days ago they were on the West Coast, so this would have been a 7:30 start. Now his last 4 starts were in series finales in which the Yankees were in danger of being swept, and he won. So he is the ace. He's the stud. He's the horse of this team. And we'll talk about the bullpen and the situation as we move along, but the Yankee starters have to step up. They've got to give you the innings that you expect them to give you. 6 at the minimum, and really you'd like to push it to 7 because you've lost one of the layers of bridge to Mariano. The 0-2. Swing and a miss. Gonzalez down on strikes.
Well, not an easy strikeout. Got ahead. That's the big key. Couple fastballs, and then here this put away slider. A bad hack, and you won't see that often. Adrian Gonzalez is a very good major league hitter.
Here's Kevin Youkilis. Very odd approach, but he gets into a more normal approach as the pitch is coming in. The count 1-0.
I'll tell you one thing, if you're a Boston fan, you look at the way the offense is running in Boston right now, and you still have a couple guys. I mean, Kevin Youkilis is not going to hit 240 or 250 all year. At one point in time, he's have to get in the batter's box.
New York Yankees baseball is broadcast in Spanish. It's available by hitting the SAP button on your television. SAP is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota offers fuel efficiency you'll love, only better. Count 1-1 on Youkilis. Now the Red Sox have scored 3 runs in the first inning in the first 2 games. So the Yankees would love to shut them down here. Just change the storyline, change their perspective as they come up for the first time. Youkilis has very good numbers against Sabathia lifetime.
Yeah, there's no question about it, Michael. The momentum of any team. The Yankees haven't lost the first 2 games. Very solid play in some areas, throwing balls around, bad base running. So important that starting pitcher to throw some zeros early in the game.
Runner goes, pitches outside, throw to second again into center field. The 3rd error by Francisco Cervelli in this series. 2 yesterday, 1 today, 5 on the season. And his throws keep tailing to the right field side.
You know, every once in a while as an outfielder, you have to know if you don't have a play, you don't make the throw. Right here, he has no chance of throwing him out there. It just wasn't a good pitch to throw on. He got caught on his knees. And you're better off just holding on to that ball. It's a stolen base. Let's see Sabathia try to get out of it.
The 2-2. Swung on and missed. Sabathia does get out of it. So he picks up Cervelli. No runs, a hit. 1 error, 1 man left. Boston nothing, and the Yankees coming to bat. Zeros on the board. Now the Yankees starting lineup will give it a try against that man, Josh Beckett. And the Yankees starting lineup brought to you by Wells Fargo. Wachovia is now Wells Fargo in the tri-state area. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter, will lead off. Curtis Granderson in center field bats second. Batting third, playing first base, Mark Teixeira. Cleaning up third baseman Alex Rodriguez. The number 5 hitter, second baseman Robinson Cano. Nick Swisher's in right field batting 6th. Batting 7th, DHing Jorge Posada. Brett Gardner's in left field. He'll hit 8th. Batting 9th and catching, Francisco Cervelli, who had 3 hits last night. Let's take a look at the numbers on Josh Beckett.
League leading, the 2.01 ERA, best in the American League. Look at 50 hits, 76 innings, dominant. Opposing batting average 189.
Let's take a look at the Boston Red Sox pitcher scouting report brought to you by Chase. Deposit checks from your smartphone with quick deposit. Take a step forward and chase what matters.
Well, there's no question about it. Dominant stuff. Now a pitcher. He will change speeds. He's got this little two-seam comebacker he'll throw in on the left-handers. Odd guy. How about this? In 05, 15-8. 06, he had a 5.01 ERA. 07, 20-7. 08, 12-10. You see what I'm talking about here. 17-6 in 09. Last year he was hurt, 6-6. And one base at a time. Current homerless streak of 44 innings. He's allowed only 1 extra base hit in his last 7 starts. This is a quality major league pitcher right here.
I'll tell you what, you had 3.5 hours to prepare that, and we got our money's worth right there.
Was that good?
Right there.
Here's Derek Jeter. 2,989 hits as he continues his quest for 3,000. Had 1 hit yesterday. Swing and a miss.
There you see Josh Beckett. He loves to go at guys, and he's a guy that loves his fastball, that loves to. But again, he's a lot like CC Sabathia in the sense that he knows how to pitch now, but he still has dominant stuff.
So you read my report?
I just listened. That's all.
The 0-1. Jeter gets plucked.
In first pitch, he tries to run in, gets strike 1. Now, you know, you try to run one in a little farther, and you know, this is Josh Beckett's attitude. He's going to pitch inside. He's going to see what happens. You see this ball just tail. That ball was actually supposed to be outside.
Well, Derek in his career has gotten hit a lot, but this is a scenario, and I know Josh Beckett hits people. Not saying it's on purpose, but you know, the idea of throwing inside and making hitters feel uncomfortable, it's a good thing if you're a pitcher.
But I mean, let's jump on the other side too, because it's certainly been a topic of discussion in New York radio the last couple of days and in the newspapers. Now, do the Yankees retaliate? You just hit the captain.
I'll tell you one thing. When you hit the leadoff hitter, you're trying to set up. If you're the Yankee, you're hoping you're setting up a big inning right here.
Now, obviously, the umps did the right thing. They didn't do a warning because most of the chatter was behind-the-scenes chatter. We told you during our segment 2, David Ortiz has never been hit by the Yankees. 160 games played against them. Never once was touched.
Somewhere along the line, somebody has to move. Yeah, Michael. Tonight, somebody on that lineup's got to move.
Leading off the second inning is David Ortiz. Pitch is high. Curtis Granderson very quietly has struggled. He is 2 for his last 25. His average is now at 263. There's a strike. There's the slump we talked about. Jeter goes. High drive. Right field. Cameron back. Looking up. See ya. 2-run home run. Curtis Granderson. And the Yankees take a 2-0 lead. 44 homerless innings for Josh Beckett, and that was just a race.
Well, you get in a hitter's count, and he's proud of his fastball. That ball right down the middle of the plate. Curtis Granderson, a good swing on it again. When the guy gets hit in front of you, as a player, you love to make the pitcher pay for it. Right there, 2-0.
I was just going to say that. You want a little payback, Michael. You're talking about moving, knocking back a Red Sox hitter. That's the best way to pay back the opposing pitcher.
Well, this is how rare that was. I told you 44 homerless innings, and that's the second longest of Beckett's major league career. He's also allowed only 1 extra base hit over his last 7 starts. That was to Brennan Bosch, a double on May 29th. So that home run is not insignificant. The 1-1. And one other thing, he's pitched against the Yankees 2 starts, 14 innings, no runs. So those are the first runs he's allowed to the Yankees this year. And his other numbers are outstanding against them. 3 walks and 19 strikeouts in 14 innings. The 1-2. Check swing and fouled away.
Pretty much blew up my scatter board right away, huh?
Well, yeah, it was when it came across. It was impressive. You know, you can't happen what
2 batters in. It's like
the future. You can't control the future. You know.
Well, we tried.
Huh?
We really tried. The 1-2. 2-2.
Got the electrical tape on. We got working here.
Robbie Cano
putting their armor on before you go to the plate.
The 2-2 to Teixeira. Right back to Beckett. A lollipop to first, 1 away.
Well, this ball coming in on his hands looked a lot faster coming off the bat. Nice easy play. Josh Beckett has done that his whole career. Bit of the yips thrown over to first base. Doesn't throw a hard, firm throw. Just do a little lob, as you say, Mike.
Here's Alex Rodriguez, had a home run yesterday against Tim Wakefield. Good hard fastball, misses outside. Driven deep to left center field, giving Chase Ellsbury. He's on the track in front of the wall. He'll make the play for the second out. Let's take a look at the Red Sox defense behind Beckett. In the outfield, you've seen Ellsbury in center, Crawford's in left, and Cameron in right. Infield, Youkilis, Lowry, Scudero, and Gonzalez third and first. Varitek behind the plate. Josh Beckett is on the mound.
How long does it take? How many ball? I mean, a home run and then a ball to the warning track. How long does it take for you as a pitcher to think, I might not have my great fastball tonight? But you know, you look at the gun, it's 95. Can you get gun shy in the first inning when the guys are hitting the ball on the barrel?
You know what? You could if you realize you're making good pitches and they're still squaring it up. I always went back to Paul. You know, the location of the pitch. We were talking, about AJ's start last night. Stuff wasn't a problem. It's where you're missing in the zone. You know that as a hitter when you go down and reach. And that was a good. That ended up being a cut fastball, just enough off the end of the bat that Alex wasn't able to get enough of the barrel on it, or that would have been over the left field wall.
The 0-1. Broken bat.
Left center field.
Well, if you didn't feel good about yourself, then you just sawed off Robbie Cano. You just kind of pumped yourself up a little bit.
I definitely think that every first inning is a absolute tempo setter, and I always thought I didn't care if I gave up 3 line drive outs just to get out of it. You warm up, 30, 40, 50 throws, whatever that is. You come in the dugout. Some guys go up, they change their shirt, get a little drink of water, boom, national anthem, and you're right in it. So that first inning is a big comfort for guys to get out of it.
Yankees lead 2-0 on Granderson's 18th home run of the year. The 0-2. 1-2. Robinson Cano also slumping, 4 hits and 26 at bats. He's at 273. And has not been close to the player that he was last year. A year ago today, hitting 370. Wow. So almost 100 points.
Yeah, I mean, Robbie Cano, if you look at his mechanics and things when he's on, he's not a 270 hitter, and that's the disappointment. But he is so good that sometimes he's going to leave the zone because he thinks he can hit anything.
But why was he able to fight that urge last year?
You know what? I think that the people around him were hitting better. I think that he just got off to a great start. And, he was taking walks, and he was very patient. And then all of a sudden you come back and you see your number start to go down, and you want to try to, I hate to say it, you try to live up to what you did last year, and you've got to get it out of your mind because when you're hitting 370 from last year, it's an uphill battle. It's last year, this is this year. You just go out and have your year.
Foul back.
I'll tell you, looking back, the best year I had hitting, 1994. I had a trouble the next year because I remember I went into June the year before hitting 400. Well, the next year I wasn't hitting 400, so you were like, oh man, I'm already behind. And it's such a great feeling to have those good years. You're always trying to live up to them.
2-2.
Well, I think Robbie being as impatient as he is as a hitter, not liking to take walks, go deep in the count. Last year, he did have 54 walks. He's got 9 this year, guys. It's not that far off. 16. Okay, I'll give him 7 more walks up to this point. The bat that you just showed, that 100 points. But there's just a different mindset, perhaps, if you're willing to go deeper in the count, maybe take an occasional walk.
Soft ground ball to second base, and that will do it. But the Yankees jump out to a lead. Derek Jeter was hit by a pitch. Granderson on a 3-1 count. Hits one into the seats in right. His 18th of the year. A 2-run shot. The Yankees up 2-0. Rays 2-0. And the scoreboard brought to you by Jeep brand. We don't just make SUVs, we make history. So Derek Jeter got hit in the first inning, and now David Ortiz leads off here in the second. Yankees leading 2-0. And the veteran Sabathia deals. A little bit inside, and you can see that Ortiz got a little jumpy there.
Oh, it's a breaking ball, so obviously there's no intent there. I mean, there's probably, if you're thinking that way down the line, maybe later in the game, if you're a little more control of the game.
There's a strike.
I agree with you, Michael. David Ortiz.
You don't right there
out on the first two
I'm
pitches.
thinking there. Nope. You hit a little slider. You could say, okay, throw first pitch. Here it comes, and he took that.
And there's a strike on the outside corner.
You know, it's funny. This is there's no doubt about it that this is in David Ortiz's head right there. This is a very uncomfortable bat for him right here.
And that's a good thing.
Yes.
If you're the Yankees, that's what you want. And he goes down swinging. 3 strikeouts in a row for Sabathia.
Nice slider. Couple painted fastballs outside corner. Same pitch he threw Adrian Gonzalez. Tight rotation. Here you get the little yes-mo coming out of his hand. That's what. Oh, we're by 9. Slider. That's what's so tough about the slider, huh, Paulie? Looks just like a fastball. Velocity's only a couple miles off.
You have to pick up that spin very quick, or obviously it's so hard to tell on TV because that ball is so far out of the zone that how could a hitter swing at it? But same release point, and if you do not pick up the spin of the ball quick, you know, you wave at it because it's in the strike zone out of it, you know, when you decide to swing.
Lowry feels a little something behind his left shoulder, and he had an MRI, came back clean, Terry Francona said, but he did admit that he still feels a little something. He is the starting shortstop. Right now he's playing second base with the injury to Pedroia, but Pedroia is due back tomorrow in Toronto. In fact, they have Lowry playing short, and they have Scudero, last night's shortstop, playing second. So that's where that is. But it's interesting. The Red Sox people were doing some math as the delay kept ticking away. And their best guess is that as a team, they'll be in Toronto tonight at about 5:45 in the morning. The 2-2.
Nice player, Michael. 27 years old, and he is the future shortstop. Better from the right side. Left-handed, he's got a little bit of an uppercut. That was a bit of a home run swing against lefties this year. 426 right-handed pitchers, 222. So there's a big disparity in the batting average.
I'm just kind of looking at the barrel of his bat, and you know, bats are flame treated or they're natural, and it looks like this bat got stuck in the oven a little bit too long. It's a little dark on that. It used to drive me crazy as a hitter because you kind of lose. See that? Jeez. Looks like they took that thing out on the grill.
Why did that bother you as a hitter?
I don't know. For some reason, I kind of lost sight. I could never use a black bat either because you lose sight of the bat when you're swinging. I don't know. Maybe it was in my head, Mike. What do you think?
Yes, the 2-2. Fly ball, shallow center. Granderson. 2 outs. I mean, there are a lot of people that use black bats.
Oh, I know. And I used to ask him, doesn't it bother you? And most people never really thought of it. But it's almost like when you swing a naturally white bat, you kind of follow it through, and there's a black bat there. When I swung a black bat, it just like disappeared, and you kind of lose sight of where it goes in the strike zone. It's weird. But back, you know, it's funny. Back in the old days, I thought it was the coolest thing in the world in the mid-'70s because George Foster used a black bat. It's the first guy I remember using it. And I remember going out one day, Mom and Dad were gone. than putting a little lighter fluid on the bat and lighting it for a while, charcoaled it up a little bit, and used it in the home run derby game.
And he had the black bat.
Sure.
You just used spray paint.
You must have been a joy as a child. Really.
Well, you know, I was the last one, so they had kind of given up. You know, you got 6 kids by the time my mom called me Paul. That's all. You know, so by the time you get to your 6th kid, you've had about enough of these stories. Right?
Leave the cereal out and go ahead, Paul. We'll be back.
Ground ball, base hit.
I mentioned Kevin Youkilis earlier in the game that, you know, is not going to, it's going to continue to get better throughout the year. And Carl Crawford's in that same boat. I mean, he's one of those really good players. Came over and you see this power fastball, good piece of hitting, drives it into right field. But here's a guy that Boston brought over because he could be, you know, possibly a superstar in this game. He's already a very, very good player. And he's not going to be hitting 240, 250 all year. This guy can do a lot of things offensively. Ellsbury's been so good at the leadoff hitters of late. They've just left him in the middle of the lineup.
Mike Cameron, latter part of his career, heck of an outfielder. Good player.
And in his good years, I tell you, one of the better center fielders in the American League.
Gold glove. Get a little older, has always been a very good fastball hitter, especially high fastball hitter. Years tick on, a little slower bat speed, start cheating a little bit, get the swing started a little sooner.
The 0-2. 96 miles an hour upstairs. Count 1 and 2.
About Carl Crawford getting hot of late. Last 15 games, 362 after a miserable start. Terry Francona trying to find a spot in the lineup for him to be comfortable and settle in. Seems like that 6th spot has been where he's been hitting most, so that's 7. Added dimension to this Boston lineup. You think about it base to base, and it's guys that can steal at Ellsbury and Crawford.
Grounded left side. Alex goes the short way, and that'll be it. No runs ahead, no errors. 1 man left. It is 2-0 Yankees. Toyota, which was the biggest and best Yankees-Red Sox player rivalry of all time? Was it A, DiMaggio Williams, B, Mattingly Boggs, C, Munson Fisk, D, Rivera Papelbon? Text A, B, C, or D to 70377 or go to my9tv.com. Find out the results right after the game. It's Take on Russ, brought to you by Toyota.
That's a good one.
I think it could be Munson Fisk.
That was the first
Maybe
one I
because
thought.
that's when I grew up, so I could be biased.
Big names in that first group. I know DiMaggio, Williams. Wow. You know, the only one, as much as I love Mariano and stuff, you know, a rivalry between two closers, I can't do that because the game's pretty much decided before they get in, basically.
One of the great baseball stories, and you can see on the Jeep scoreboard, Yankees lead 2-0, is that the owners of the Yankees and the Red Sox one night went out and had a couple of drinks, and they actually traded DiMaggio for Williams.
I heard this story.
Then they got up in the morning, sobered up, and they said, never mind. But it was done because they said, well, listen, DiMaggio is a right-handed hitter. All of his home runs get swallowed up in Death Valley. Fenway's perfect. Ted Williams is a dead pull hitter.
Right.
All of his home runs get swallowed up at Fenway Park. He'd be perfect in a short porch at Yankee Stadium, but they thought that the fan base might revolt.
Kind of weird. They both had pretty good careers.
Yeah.
They were, right?
High fly ball center field off the bat of Swisher. And Ellsbury puts it away for the first out. Well, the Yankees just announced that, you know, we were sitting here and during the commercial we were remarking how remarkable it is that so many people have stayed in this ballpark. A 3-hour and 27-minute rain delay. And the Yankees just announced that they're going to give every person in the ballpark with a ticket, even if you didn't stay for the game and you're not here right now, if you have your ticket stub, they're going to give you a ticket to another game for free.
That's nice.
Means you get to broadcast another one now. On the house, too.
All right. As long as you're there with me, that's good.
Count 2-0 to Posada. Against the Red Sox, he came in after Mark Teixeira got plunked. Played first base, was 3 for 3.
You know, Michael, thinking about the trade, what you were saying about Williams and DiMaggio, there's a guy on the mound that was traded to the Red Sox, and there was a throw-in to make the deal, and Mike Lowell,
who helped them win a World Series
and gets the MVP.
Yep.
In the 07 World Series.
Now, Jorge Posada was not at the game yesterday because his son Jorge III underwent surgery, continuing series of surgeries, and this one they hope is the final one for craniosynostosis, where the skull is not shaped the right way and fused the right way. And Jorge is back at the ballpark. Obviously, it said that the surgery went well, so thank goodness for that, and our best wishes go out to Jorge III. And he's about the toughest little kid. He has gone through these surgeries where they actually slice open your skull to reconfigure it, and he's done it since he was a kid, and he's done it bravely, and he just bounces back, and it doesn't seem like he has any ill effects at all. Good kid and tough kid.
Jorge seemed very positive about it in the sense that he thought this was the last one, and you know, he was happy to say that he was up and about yesterday after and kind of playing video games, but just such a relief.
That one's driven down the left field line. Long run for Crawford, and he makes a beautiful play for the second out.
I tell you, we lost him right there in the camera view, and I'm sure we'll get a great replay. But I'm telling you what, this is the toughest play to make in Yankee Stadium, because you know as soon as you get by that foul line, you're running out of room quick, and it's very easy to take your eye off the ball. You see he picks up the wall there. Really good play by Carl Crawford.
I mean, you look at the outfield here. Crawford, the speed of Ellsbury, Cameron of Used to be a center fielder, cover an awful lot of ground.
I remember years ago, I mean, it was like they had a softball team out there. You know, they would slug you to death, but then, you know, they had Canseco and Wright and, you know, guys that weren't good defensively, but what a difference. And it really started to change when they brought Johnny Damon to, you know, to bring some speed and to bring some defense. And now you're right. You look at this outfield defensively, even when J.D. Drew's in right field also, very good defensively.
There's a strike. Count 1-2. Gardner got some criticism, a lot of criticism, obviously, and a great deal of it warranted for not coming home on the pass ball or the wild pitch with Derek Jeter at the plate with the bases loaded. And also, there were some people questioning why wasn't he waved home on the base hit to left field to Crawford, who doesn't have a great arm. That one is grounded to Gonzalez. And Gardner is beaten to the bag by Beckett, and he does not agree with the call. Mick Kelleher will have some words with Brian Knight, but the bottom line is it scored a 3-1 as the Yankees go down in order 1, 2, 3. Let's take a quick look. It's too hard to tell. We'll take another look. Feet. Which foot hit first? I mean, again, umpires don't believe in a tie goes to runner because they don't think there's ever a tie, that somebody had to arrive first. But how do you argue with Brian Knight? He was either safe or out. I mean, obviously he's either safe or out, but I think if he called it either way, nobody has an argument.
Where did the tie goes to the runner come up?
Little
anyway?
League.
Oh, is that it?
That had to be. Had to be.
That's
Because
how
it's
you
not
got
a
your
rule.
hits?
That's
why you know that rule,
my
right?
blazing speed. Yeah, those line drives to right field.
Oh. It always amazes me when I see those foul balls that go off the catcher's mask, and I've heard John Flaherty say, you know, it really doesn't hurt that much, but it just seems to me like it's got to be something.
Jar your neck. Tough.
There's a strike.
See CC Sabathia. I mean, he came in the game throwing hard. He's still throwing hard. Got a good breaking ball. Hasn't even really got to his changeup yet, Al.
One changeup.
Those are the nights where I thought guys, really good pitchers, could be really good. And I always tell the story about Pedro Martinez that if he got through the lineup, he used to love to use his fastball first time through the lineup. And if he got through that lineup without really showing his changeup much, boy, as the game progressed and he worked that in, these are the nights that they seem to have everything.
Here it is. Here, changeup, a little wiggle.
Tap back to the mound, over the mound. Charging is Cano, fires to first.
Wow.
Got him.
You know, I talk about Robbie Cano so much about his offense and his defense. Not a lot of players in the game today can make plays like this. Got unbelievable arm strength from down there. Great play. Let's see if this is a tie. Nope, got him by a step.
You know, you're right, Paul, and I think what separates Robbie from other second basemen is that arm strength. Range, good. Other guys have better or as good. But that little flick that he has, I mean, it's this arm strength of a third baseman.
Yankees lead 2-0. A first inning home run by Curtis Granderson after Derek Jeter was hit leading off the game. And then Granderson delivered a 3-1 pitch into the seats and right. His 18th home run of the year. Ellsbury bunts and behind the plate.
You know what makes this play really, really tough is he does not have time to step and pivot. I mean, his weight is still going that way, away from the play. And to throw against your whole weight going away from the play and be that accurate, a lot easier said than done.
Well, Alex is in. I guess he's thinking he's going to pull one down, test the knee of Mark Teixeira. There's no question about it. Alex is looking for, ready for a bunt. The finish and follow through of CC takes him to third base. The importance of a guy that's capable of bunting and the speed of an Ellsbury. The angle is better. Any kind of hard grounder now up toward third base.
Shows bunt again.
Bob Davidson down there, and Joe Girardi's like, what are you doing? I always love the reaction of the players and the manager.
Well, here he's staying in there.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, that's it.
Keeps showing bunt. Takes a strike.
Now, that just looked like a take in a 3-1 take. Well, I don't know.
He fake bunt the whole entire bat.
He's doing it against the wrong pitcher to try to work a walk. The guy has good control. And he works the walk. Now once again a threat to steal.
If Boston's thinking that Cervelli's having some trouble throwing, I would think you would take every opportunity to make him throw again. Obviously a little tougher to run off a left-hander, but with good speed and pick the right pitch, you've got to make New York throw you out at second base.
24 stolen bases for Ellsbury. 5 ahead of Elvis Andrus. That walk is the 7th time that Ellsbury has reached base in this series. Let's see if they turn two. Stayed down. Jeter stayed with it. And they get a double play. Beautifully turned. 6-4-3. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the third. Yankees are up 2-0. As we move along this inning, the out-of-town scoreboard is brought to you by Citibank. What's your story? Citibank can help you write it. A lot of the games are over. I'll tell you one thing, Al. I don't know if you would agree with me. O'Neill's changed. When he first started broadcasting, if it was a 2.5-hour game, he'd be, oh, here he is. He's light as a daisy right now.
The boss was here tonight. Flip was in the booth. He was pep talking us all.
Well, you know, it worked with you.
Right, I was running sprints out in the hall. I was ready to go.
I'm telling you, I'm surprised. You're really up for this. Well, we're glad that you stayed with us as well through all the rain delays. And that's a bunt by Cervelli, and it's a nice play by Beckett, quickly off the mound.
Trying to catch Youkilis by surprise as well as Beckett. He just hard pitch to lay on the ground, that high fastball. Josh being able to get off that mound quickly.
Josh taking a long time to get back to the mound.
Just to bug you when people bunt against you. Some pitchers really take offense to it. Really, you know, swing the bat.
No, I thought it was an out. Unless it was, and that's a bit of a surprise here. But a guy like an Ellsbury or Gardner or somebody you know can bunt. Hopefully your guys in the corner are aware of it. So a surprise bunt like that, a guy who's not a bunter,
right? Yeah,
that would bother me.
Here's Derek Jeter hitting the first inning. Came around to score on Granderson's home run. Everybody's showing bunt. Now, the infield isn't slow because the tarp was on and this field drains beautifully. There's no standing water anywhere. And when they emptied the tarp in left field, it like a lake out there, but it's gone. This field drains great.
Well, you see Youkilis playing way back. That's the whole thinking there. Let's see Yuke's coming up a little bit now. Did you bunt much?
Away.
You ever see that if you had a freebie?
You know, I didn't much, but you know, I thought that was like a cut fastball.
Yes.
I had two bunts that I remember in my career because they were both in the World Series. One was Cincinnati and one here, and it ended up, you know, like scoring runs, and they botched up plays and stuff like that. So I do remember in the World Series bunting a couple times.
Garrett has good numbers against Beckett. A lot of at-bats. 21 for 72, 292. Derek's at 2,989 hits. He'd love to get the 3,000th hit on this homestand, including tonight. 8 games remain. And then on to Chicago.
That's a pitch right there, Paul, that Josh Beckett, kind of emerging as a pitcher. This is a changeup here. It's 89 miles an hour. Look at the sink on this. Looks like a fastball. So he's showing his fastball, cutter, fastball change. Changes speeds on his breaking ball.
Driven to right field. Cameron is there. He dropped the ball. He dropped the ball. And Jeter will reach, and Francona's going to come out and argue. The first base umpire, Brian Knight, said that Cameron didn't have it long enough. Cameron said, I dropped it on the exchange. So they'll have a little bit of a discussion at first base, and we'll take a look. What do you think, Paul?
Well, these replays are such a great thing. That's a catch right there.
Well, that is a catch.
Just the way it is. And you know what happened? It was his reaction. If it would just, I mean, that ball's in his glove. He's transferring it.
No, that's a bad call. It was firmly in the pocket of his glove.
Now, this isn't a consultation call.
Oh, you mean where they can ask him?
Just, Francona asked somebody, hey, do you have a better view? Well, who would have a better view? The guy, first base umpire, Brian Knight, right down the line, right in front of the play. Jerry Lane, the crew chief, speeding things along.
I think what Terry wanted him to do was ask the other umps.
Right.
Brian Knight said, wait a second, I had to wait 3 hours and 27 minutes to get 2 plays like this. The one at first and now this. Although on this one, it seemed like an easy call. It looked like he made the catch. So let's see if that hurts the Red Sox with Jeter on first on the E9. Granderson with a home run. His 18th, a 2-run shot in the first. Runner goes. Go to second. Not in time. Stolen base for Jeter.
Jeter gets a good jump. Beckett being a power pitcher, not the fastest guy to the plate. Veritex throws a little high. Tell you what, I think sometimes you do have to force the action. Good job by Jeter.
6 stolen base, 19%. Veritex got the runners.
Tonight's league leaders are brought to you by New York Lottery. Hey, you never know. And Curtis Granderson is tied with Mark Teixeira for second in the American League home runs. Jose Bautista first with 20. Teixeira and Granderson have 18. And Teixeira's on deck. Pitch is outside. So the E9, the stolen base and a walk. Runners on first and second with 1 out for Teixeira.
The thing, you don't know what's going to happen here if Beckett gets out of it or the Yankees end up scoring some runs. But what it does do, it makes Josh Beckett throw some more pitches. And this inning continues to go on. And now these are stressful pitches because you got men in scoring position.
Terry's looking for something. First and second, 1 out. Teixeira grounded back to the mound in the first inning.
A lot of movement on that, Alan. That's a little harder than a change.
Yeah, he throws a hard changeup, 89 miles an hour. Get Teixeira out in front. First pitch, aggressive hitter. Hasn't done well against Josh Lifetime. 184 coming into today's game. 2 home runs.
Mark has 18 home runs, as we mentioned. 12 of them have come with men on base. He's had 9 2-run home runs and 3 3-run home runs. The 1-1.
If you look back at the first couple of games, these are the at-bats that Boston has come through, and that's why they had big nights offensively. And these opportunities with men on base, meter your order up. You need some hits there. You need to throw some runs up and let Boston know that you can put them away too.
Mike, you mentioned the home runs of late, last 18 games, the 9 home runs from Teixeira. Feeding off that aggressiveness, just watching Josh handle this at bat, as you say, Paul. These are big moments in a game where you come up with that clutch hit, press a couple more runs. And Josh Beckett certainly a smart pitcher, pitching backwards here. Fastball counts, so off speed.
Swing and a miss. Teixeira down on strikes.
It's one of those at bats as a hitter. You saw so many different pitches. So many, you saw a changeup, you saw a cutter, you saw a curveball. So right there, that's a changeup. Again, that's a cutter and kind of a sinker. So he's got to go on it. That's the only pitch he really had to hit, and then a good breaking ball.
And that pitch you mentioned, Paul, was after the changeup, which is an effective pitch. A fastball, 94, changeup, 89, with good movement.
Here's Alex. Fly ball to fairly deep left center in the first inning. And Alex gets plucked.
I was just going to say, he threw him all the way the first time. He's going in here. Josh Beckett does not have control of that ball right now on the inside part of that where he's trying to run it into righties. But sooner or later, you just keep putting a check on the chalkboard on how many of you guys are getting hit. It's just, it puts the Yankee pitchers in a tough situation. It's a 2-0 game, but again, this ball is just running up and in.
Hit his hip. I think it peeled his belt buckle off. Look at that.
Yeah. Doink.
So the base is loaded, and here is Cano. Sabathia looking for more runs. Loop to third base. Youkilis is there, and that'll do it. So the Yankees do not capitalize on an opportunity. No runs, no hits, 1 error, and the bases are left loaded. We go to the 4th. by Fiat, introducing the 2012 Fiat 500. Visit FiatUSA.com to find a studio near you. With 285 hits, Derek Jeter is tied for the most hits against the Sox in the expansion era. That's since 1961. With whom is he tied? Here's Adrian Gonzalez. Swing and a miss. 2-0 Yankees as we go to the fourth.
I'm going to give you a guess on that one when we come up with the answer. All right. I'm just going to throw one out there. Probably wrong. Popped in my head. Wow. Never seen Adrian Gonzalez look this bad.
You know, we've been talking about, now you see last inning Beckett hitting A-Rod, and the reaction to Adrian Gonzalez, both of those swings just stepping out, flailing that fastballs away. I wonder if these guys are a little uncomfortable.
Wow.
Nice play. Didn't even crack a smile. Pro.
There it is.
No, that's very cool about it. And the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Gonzalez down. Hey, this weekend on the Yes Network, the Bombers hosted the surprising first-place Cleveland Indians in a 4-game set. Coverage starts tomorrow at 6 with outing batting practice today, and then the Tri-State Ford pregame. And complete series coverage continues Saturday, Sunday, and Monday only on Yes. Al will leave the booth. Ken Singleton will join me and Paul.
I might just stay here.
Why not?
Huh? You know what we'll do, Mike? We'll trade ties. Nobody even know.
Now that you gave it away. Here's Youkilis. Pitches inside. The 2-0. 3-0. There's a strike. And the 3-1 pitch. Missed outside. So Youkilis works a walk. In the second inning, David Ortiz, this is the way CC Sabathia pitched it.
Got a little first pitch slider, fastball down the middle, 1-1, paint, outside corner, and then a nice slider to finish him off. Fastball slider combination.
Tell you, we talked about Poppy being a little uncomfortable his first at bat, and I tell you what, he was probably just as happy as anybody in the ballpark to see Kevin Youkilis walk, because now there's not 2 outs and nobody on.
And Ortiz gets plucked, and now they're going to warn both teams. And that's the first time in 161 games that David Ortiz has ever been hit by a Yankee pitcher. So after 2 Yankees got hit in the first inning yesterday, and then 2 get hit in this game, the crowd likes that David Ortiz gets plunked in retribution.
That just goes to show you that CC Sabathia said that's enough. And if you're Ortiz, you're not even mad. You know what has happened. You've seen what Beckett has done. It was done in the right way. It was hitting in the leg. And it also goes to show you that CC Sabathia still feels that he can get out of this inning. He's that confident in his stuff.
this. I want to see if you guys agree. Okay? This is how Ortiz reacted. Got a little grin on his face. I don't think that had anything to do with the bat flip. I don't think the players care about that. It's a media-created thing. Maybe it angers us. That was about all the Yankees getting hit.
No doubt about it.
Which is the way it should be. That's how you police it.
Now, CC has to make sure he doesn't give up runs here and make it look bad that he hit Ortiz.
Well, that's what Paul was saying. You know, you get 2 outs. You know, now it's an easier decision if you look. You got to protect your players, and even though whether Josh Beckett tried to do it on purpose, first night John Lester, a couple little cutters that end up hitting Teixeira and Russell Martin, it doesn't matter. You as a pitcher has to let your hitters know that you can protect them. You will protect them. You know, you guys getting plunked. And as you said, Paul, you know, he took it, walked down, a little smile. I still can't believe it was 161 games to finally hit him. Especially for a guy who's right on top of the plate, aggressive. And your guys, first of all, CC doesn't have to prove it to anybody, but certainly your players behind you, you'd like to know. You have
players get mad after a while. I mean, when you're talking about 3, 4, 5 guys hitting the series and nothing, you don't go up and tell the guy, but you start to get mad, you know.
Here's the 2-2. Lofted to right field. Swisher will make the catch. Tagging is Euclid. The throw goes into Jeter as Euclid goes back.
You know, yesterday I was talking about Carl Crawford, how he did not stay back out on the ball and he didn't have a shot. You see, this is textbook right there. Stay behind the ball. Everything's going to third base. Good throw by Nick Swisher. See how he gets back, waits on the ball, doesn't go too quick, so everything's in rhythm. It's a cutoff man. Or just little things like that. I mean, that's the way the game's supposed to be played.
Here's Crawford. Single to right in the second. That one's popped up. A-Rod and Cervelli. Cervelli makes the play. And the crowd and CC like what they see. So David Ortiz gets plunked. The Yankees don't give up a run. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Bombers lead 2-0 behind Sabathia. with Josh Beckett. This was after the inning. And Derek Jeter just gave a fist pump to CC Sabathia. If you don't think it matters to players, Paul, that shows it does.
That wasn't for getting out of the inning. That was for taking care of some things. And you know, great that you get out of the inning because it doesn't affect, you know, the game to this point other than he stood up for his players. So now you go on. I mean, it's a 2-0 game. It's a Boston series with two of the best pitchers in baseball. Now you go on and play a game.
That one's fouled away. Now, if you just joined us and you're watching the NBA Finals, congratulations to the Mavericks. They won Game 5, and they're up 3-2 in their best of 7. This one's been interesting. In the first inning, Derek Jeter got hit. Curtis Granderson hit a 2-run home run off Beckett. Then, in the third inning, Alex Rodriguez got hit, and he got hit on the hip. And then in the very next inning, the top of the fourth inning, with a runner on first base and 1 out, David Ortiz got drilled. On the side, nothing extraordinarily bad, not up and in, which is the wrong way to do it. And that was the first time Ortiz had ever been hit in 161 games against the Yankees. And payback, well, you be the judge. Both benches were warned. Now, if anybody gets hit, the pitcher will be thrown out and the manager will be thrown out.
I don't know if that's true.
Well, I mean, you've got to judge that it's on purpose.
That's right. And
right. I mean, if it's a ball that just gets away and they judge that you got it away.
Right. And I think we showed Hunter Wendelstedt going out to Josh Beckett. I hope part of the conversation was, look, you know there's a warning. I'm also smart enough to know that if you come inside and I don't deem it as intentional, you're not going to get thrown out. I mean, that's another element to what makes this a little bit risky for the pitchers.
Now, Al, were you ever in games where there were warnings issued?
Yeah.
Okay, so you were a guy that hit batters because of the cutter. Did that make you a little tentative on the mound?
No, because I remember those conversations, and it was, look, there are warnings here, but I'm also aware that you have to still be able to pitch, which part of pitching is to throw inside. Because if you just eliminate the inner half of baseball, I mean, wow, Paul, if you knew that
it's a fun time to hit,
you just look outer half, knowing that if this guy comes in and happens to hit me in the elbow, he's out.
Kind of dig in and look away.
Yep.
Michael, you mentioned if you were watching the NBA Finals and you tuned into us, it's in a replay.
No.
We are live in the bottom of the fourth.
3-hour and 27-minute rain delay at the start of the game. And now I'm glad that there was a delay because you got to watch your basketball game and I could join us for more than half of this one. LeBron James with a triple-double didn't get it done. And now the Heat have to go back to Miami for Game 6 and 7 and win both to win the title. Wow. And the Mavericks just have to win one, and it would be quite an upset. Line drive, a base hit off the bat of Posada. All right, now this series has had a lot of hit by pitches. In the first game, Tuesday, John Lester plunks to Cher on the knee. Then he gets a Russell Martin. Those were not intentional. Cutters that got away. That one just clipped Cano yesterday. Tonight, Derek Jeter gets hit leading out the first inning. Alex Rodriguez gets hit in the third inning. And then finally, David Ortiz gets hit. And this is a series. These two teams, a lot of batters get hit. A lot of them get hit. I believe in the last 10 years, these two teams, when they play each other, have hit each other more than any other tandem of teams that play each other a lot. So they pitch inside, they're aggressive, and it's that sort of series.
Well, I could say out of all of them, you know, obviously the retaliation that CC did to Big Papi was the right thing. I'm not sure about the other ones. Maybe the one to A-Rod, because Josh Beckett definitely throws inside a lot. It's guys. And Wakefield with a knuckleball, not intentional, and the two cutters from Lester, not intentional. But it doesn't matter, as you've been saying during this series, the whole Tony La Russa thing.
Do you buy into that? Do you buy into that as a guy who pitches in the National League? Because
up to a point,
but he's saying what Tony La Russa is saying. Okay, even if it wasn't on purpose, I can't have you hit my guys. I want to protect my guys. Do you buy that or not? Or do you think that's overkill?
I think it's a little overkill. I don't think you can say that none of my batters are going to get hurt or hit or we're going to hurt you. I mean, that's the nature of the game. Now, again, in this series,
Grounded to first.
It's a numbers game.
There's one. Throw to second. A numbers game of a double play, a 1-6 DP. We'll continue this conversation as we move along. As we go to the 5th inning, it's 2-0 Yanks. Here's a question. With 285 hits, Jeter's tied for the most hits against the Red Sox since I was born in 1961. With whom is he tied, Paul? You have an idea?
I'm going to throw Paul Molitor out there.
All right, let's see. You're wrong. Brooks Robinson.
That was a good guess, though, wasn't it?
It was very nice. Very good guess.
American League his whole career.
See, I was going to say Brooks, and you didn't ask me.
Really? Really?
I was right behind Boot Powell, right?
You see the McDonald's scoreboard. And it's brought to you by McDonald's. Stop by McDonald's today for some juicy, tender chicken McNuggets.
You said like that. You were hungry.
Yeah. It's 12 o'clock.
What's that, eating time for you?
Well, every time on the clock is eating time for you.
I got a brother at home that gets out of bed because he says he's hungry. Are you one of those people that get out of bed because you're hungry?
Wait a second. I have spoken to your wife, and she said that you get up all hours of the night, full meal.
No way.
She told me.
Wrong. For one thing, it's a lie. The second thing, when Neville did you talk about my eating?
Don't you worry about when we talk.
All right. What's Jody's number? I got some things to talk about here.
The 2-1. Driven out to right field. Swisher is there, and there's one away. Al, what makes CC so good? Is it just stuff? Or what is it? Because there are guys that throw harder. And this guy, since 2005, is tied with Roy Halladay for the most wins in baseball.
Yeah, I mean, you start with stuff, but you're right. I mean, there's guys that have better velocity. I think his ability to pound the zone, get ahead, he is somewhat unpredictable. He's got the ability to have command on both sides of the plate. He's aggressive. I think delivery-wise, he stays closed. He's a big man, has good trajectory or downward plane, has an idea. I mean, you know, there's a whole gamut of reasons that, you know, he's had 1-2-0 count so far. He ended up walking Euclid on it. Got 3-0, 3-1, and walked him. In these 1-0 counts, he's come back to a 1-1 count.
I'm going to throw this in there, too, because I remember facing him when he was with the Indians. and it's hard to understand from a fan's point of view if you've never really played this game. But he throws a heavy ball too. You did too. I mean, there's some guys that throw 94 that you feel like you're on it and you make contact and the ball flies. When you hit a ball off of CC, it's like he threw a shot put at you. It's just heavy. It's on your hands. His curveball is good enough to get you out.
You know, there, as you asked that question, look at here. He's got 1-1. He goes 1-0, then a 1-0 fastball, and that changeup to Varitek. Now, granted, Varitek, you know, struggling. He's 216, number 9 hole hitter, but he has that confidence in that pitch. And then here it is again. So now what happens, Paul, in that what do you go? You go into this game, you say, CC Sabathia, he's going to pound his zone with his fastball. He's aggressive. He's going to get ahead. He's got to put away slider. He throws his changeup not just as his show pitch. He throws it in integral parts of the account. And not only to your 3, 4, 5 guys, so to the number 9 hole hitter. So now there's such an unpredictability to him. And there's a defensive mindset with most hitters.
Count 2-2.
It's 96 on the inner half. I mean, that's good stuff too. I mean, don't take that away from him. He has great stuff.
Since 05, 1,261 strikeouts, and that leads Major League Baseball. Fouled away. Varitek, a veteran, catching a lot. We're 1 minute away from midnight tomorrow. Varitek has said he wants to catch 3 more years. And Terry Francona told me today, he said he can do it. He said, you know, you got to change what you want to do, but you can do it. Right there, he couldn't pull the string and take strike 3. Hey, this Sunday, get ready to paint the town red, white, and blue. It's the 54th annual Puerto Rican Day Parade. It's the most colorful celebration in New York City. Parade coverage starts Sunday at 11 a.m. on Fox 5 and continues at 1 p.m. right here on My 9. There we go. It's midnight. June 10th.
Happy June 10th.
What's that even mean? I mean, why do you June 10th?
Because it's June 10th.
Because it's June 10th. Nice play by Cano. Takes a base hit away from Ellsbury. Red Sox go down in order 1-2-3. I'm going to try to explain the calendar to O'Neill. We're halfway through. The Yankees are up by 2.
be one of those animated lower thirds.
Well, that must mean it's our cue to remind everybody to wake up with Good Day tomorrow.
And the announcer can do that because we got to take this thing down. We are blocking everybody's view. Mr. Announcer.
Watch Rosanna Scotto and Greg Kelly on Good Day New York, weekdays from 7 to 10 a.m. on Fox 5.
We go to the bottom of the 5th inning here at the stadium. Yankees lead 2-0. Each team with 2 hits. The Yankees get the big blow, a 2-run home run in the first inning by Curtis Granderson on the McDonald scoreboard, 2-2-1, leading 0-2-1.
Mr. Announcer, is that
wasn't me, no.
Yeah, they said Mr. Announcer.
Well,
Get us out of here.
There was another Mr. Announcer that said something. You got to listen to the whole thing.
You look like a Mr. Announcer.
At least I thought you were going to say I look like Mr. Potato Head. I thought you were going to go that route.
It's a new day. I didn't want to ruin it.
So have you come to grips yet, Paul, that it's June 10th?
I mean, it just surprised me because Al took off like he was going to scream Happy New Year or something at midnight. And I'm just like, where are we going with this?
Well, this is the first time ever that you'll be doing 2 games in one day. Because the Yankees-Indians in a couple of hours, 19 hours. He's thinking now, the 1-1. Fouled back.
I just saw the guy, the cooks were leaving from the media room. I asked if they had bacon and eggs, and he just turned and went the other way. I tell you what, I mean, as advertised, both of these guys, I mean, other than the Granderson home run, both of these guys going after hitters, good stuff on both ends. Good game, 2-0.
Hot shot foul. No, that's not good. Well, he got the ball. Cervelli actually hits well against the Red Sox. 15 for 36 lifetime. He had 3 hits yesterday. That's 429. He tried to bunt in the 3rd inning. That was caught by Beckett, moving quickly toward the 3rd base line. Pop up. Breaking ball, and Cervelli down looking.
Did you see that, Paul? With the what they put on the jumbotron here, the big screen? Yeah. They do this. Who's that baby bomber? Usually a player.
Don't tell him who it is. Wow.
How about it?
My girlfriends back then.
That was the photo
I was 7 or 8. Did I have girlfriends back there?
What do you, like, trade things in when you're 7 or 8 and become somebody different? That was you.
I know it was me, but I didn't really have an interest in girls at that time. I was thinking about baseball.
Oh, okay.
I know you met Neville when you were 5, but you're a different dude.
We went to kindergarten together. Don't forget that. That was an impressive picture.
Was that a soup bowl or salad bowl?
You have some nerve. You got a 6-year-old haircut today, and you're telling me. Got that Floby going today, and you're ripping me?
Good point.
See, what you guys are missing is the neckerchief. See, that's the thing that's key. It brings it all together.
Wow. You went out with that, too.
That was photo day at school.
Let me say that, Paul. He had that picture in his wallet for how many years?
A long time.
Showed it off. He's proud of it.
You got things to be proud of.
But you know why I used it? I would show it to people just to say, look how far I've come, and I can come even further than this.
It worked. Jody believed it. Huh?
No, Jody's caught me on the downside. I don't think it's getting any better. One out, 1-2 count on Jeter. Jeter's been hit by a pitch and reached on an E9, also stole a base. And the pitch. Missed outside.
Pretty good take right there, Paul. Little curveball. Nice curveball down the way. Watching the reaction of Derek. He wasn't fooled at all. So he gets a fastball in here.
And a pitch he hasn't been able to control. Hitting with him the first time, then he ended up hitting him A-Rod with that same pitch. I don't know, if you don't trust that thing that, to throw it for a strike, if you keep going at it or if you go away again. Just it's a change up there. But again, I don't think that he trusts that ball when he's trying to run into righties right now. I don't think he has good control of that.
Well, there could be that little element of you know, letting the ball go and missing as their both bench has been born.
Talk about spoiling the pitch. I mean, that's about as nasty a pitch as you're going to see. 92 miles an hour, little cutter right on the outside corner. Ball just keep going a little bit. Derek did a good job of fouling that pitch off, and as a hitter, you just hope that he cannot make that same pitch again. Right on the corner, too close to take.
Grounded to short. Lowry gets Jeter for the second out. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Here's Granderson. He's the difference in this game. Jeter hit leading off the first, and then Granderson hit a 3-1 pitch into the seats and right, and he gets plunked on the foot. And he'll take first. And that's what Al meant before. That's not an automatic ejection because that's obviously not on purpose.
Curveball down and in. Hunter Wendelstedt, home plate umpire, hitting the back foot of Granderson.
One place as a hitter that, you know, and we saw that first night with Teixeira. Once that weight gets back on the backside, you cannot get that back foot and that back leg out of the way.
Here's Teixeira. He's 0 for 2. Grounded back to the mound and struck out. Yankees had an opportunity for more runs in the third inning. Bases loaded, 2 outs. But Cano fouled out to Youkilis at third, and 3 were stranded. Those are the only 3 runners the Yankees have left on base. Granderson dives back.
Little lean there. Looks like the Yankees have having the look of any opportunity to run off of Varitek and Josh Beckett. Josh Beckett has that big leg kick. He's vulnerable to good base runners stealing off him. Granderson 9 stolen bases.
Granderson lean.
Swing and a miss. Runner goes. Throw to second. Got him. Good throw by Varitek. And that will do it here in the 5th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. Lowry applied the tag, and Granderson was out. We go to the 6th. After a 3-hour and 27-minute rain delay, Yankees lead 2-0. Rain delay at the start of the game, so both Sabathia and Beckett were not compromised. They never had to warm up until it was time to play baseball. And they both come out and they've thrown the game that we expected, the game that we figured out on paper would probably happen. And they've done a great job. There's a strike to Marco Scutaro. Popped up, center field, Granderson for the first out. This day in Yankee history is brought to you in part by Audi, Truth in Engineering. And on June 9th of 1961, Roger Maris hits his 18th home run and Mickey Mantle hits his 16th home run in an 8-6 win over the Athletics at Yankee Stadium. That was June 9th. That was yesterday, Paul.
Yeah, that read you should have done 20 minutes ago.
I know.
That's amazing, though. 18. I mean, what's Granderson?
He's got 18.
He's on a pace to hit 61. If that's.
Gonzalez has struck out twice against Sabathia, and he taps that one to the first base side of the mound, and he's looked uncomfortable in all three at bats.
And another thing that, not that he made an out and he had a little dribbler there, but the one thing is, you see the type of hits that he does get. He does not get cheap hits. I mean, Carl Crawford, Derek Jeter, this is a base hit. And Gonzalez drives the ball in the outfield. I mean, he's hitting 330 coming into the game. I mean, it's and he doesn't get cheap ones.
Considering Adrian Gonzalez's strength, which he is very good with the ball away, I agree with you, Michael. He has looked uncomfortable with the pitch in an area that he's usually pretty good at, which is away from him. Adrian Gonzalez, as good as he is, 214 batting average coming into the 3 ABs now. CC's pitched him well. The fastball slider down the way combination was good.
Fly ball, right side, long run for Swisher. He's there and makes the play. A 1-2-3 inning on 6 pitches for Sabathia. We go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 2-0 Bombers. Powered by Dunkin' Donuts. To get dunked, go to www.getdunked.com. The membership rewards from American Express, the social currency. And by Sands Casino Resort, Bethlehem Hotel, now open. So we go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Josh Beckett against C.C. Sabathia, Teixeira, A-Rod, and Cano. 3, 4, and 5 in the Yankee order against the Sox right-hander. Grounded sharply to first. Gonzalez is right there. 1 pitch, 1 out.
No big numbers on that scoreboard, Michael. 2 good pitchers going at it. Now, this has got to frustrate you if you're Josh Beckett. You know you got good stuff, but you're looking at the scoreboard. You're down a couple runs, and C.C. Sabathia is just mowing down your team.
Not thinking about it.
Really?
Well, for as much as the 2-run homer in the first, you believe as a pitcher that your team's going to score. You know who you're facing. Yeah, I mean, you're aware of it. You know you can't give up any more.
Here's a pitch to A-Rod. Fouled away. The out-of-town scoreboard that you see on the top of your screen is brought to you by your tri-state area Volkswagen dealers. Visit VWDealer.com.
The frustration may come in, Paul, is that he's had 6 no decisions.
Yeah.
With an ERA at 2.05 coming in.
I mean, you figure in mid-June you've got a 2.05 and you've had, what, 13 starts or something like that. I mean, you're probably looking at 9 or 10 wins, and he's not there because of run support. And, which is weird because this team can score some runs.
He's been in a bad slot. You're right. 6 no decisions, leading the league in ERA, and you're 4-2 after 12 starts.
Right.
And A-Rod goes down on strikes. Both pitchers look very sharp.
Again, this is that little cutter. Still good velocity. Doesn't get as much movement as the traditional cutter everybody's used to seeing from Mariano, but same kind of effect because he can run that fastball back in on you if you're a right-hander and then finish you off with that.
So far tonight, Sabathia 6 innings, 2 hits, and Beckett 5 2/3 innings, 2 hits, but he's given up the 2-run home run to Granderson, and that's really the difference in the game. Pitch to Cano is a strike.
Look at this, Michael. Now they're delivering things to the booth. They feel so sorry for us here. They're just delivering sweets and all kinds of stuff.
Don't just say they. He's the chief operating officer of the Yankees. It's not just they.
Well, he
felt bad for you.
He's got a bunch of people behind him, so it's not just Lon. It's they, you know.
That one is lofted down the left field line. It is a base hit. Fair ball bounces into the seats for a double for Cano.
Well, there's that cutter, effective from Josh Beckett. Saw how hard you hit it. It's where slices off a little bit. Perfectly placed down the left field line. Carl Crawford can't get to it. Ball kicking away into the stands, just inside the foul line. Kind of an excuse me jam shot. Would be a great shot right here, about a foot or so inside the left field line.
You ever get any lucky hits like that?
Oh, those were beautiful. You steer them too, because you hit them and they start hooking, and you run sideways and everything you can do to try to get an angle for that ball.
All right, were you one of those guys where when you got to first you kind of laughed and looked at the dugout?
Still can't stand it.
Right?
And you see hitters that get jammed and then they act like they're almost embarrassed. Bull crap! You are so happy for every single hit you get. I don't care how you get them. You can cue a ball off your toe. It doesn't matter if it's a hit. It's a hit.
So if you were a pitcher, you didn't like it, they were smiling out?
No, because it looked like, oh, look, I got, wow, I should have hit it harder. I got lucky to get a hit.
Right.
The pitch to Swisher is inside. One thing I've noticed, Alan, I think you've noticed the same thing. You and I could have been here till 4 in the morning doing a game. If we were just doing this game, Montrose would not have delivered snacks here. But Paul O'Neill's here.
No doubt.
It changes the narrative. It's
the
unbelievable.
warrior.
The warrior. You're right.
Right. Yeah. I'm glad this is late night television because this booth is out of control and it's not even my fault tonight.
I'm thrilled to do games with Paul.
Oh,
look at this.
Look, they're aging beats for us, too.
That's Lobel's, and that's Paul's for tomorrow right there, that one.
The last time I saw a row like that was like on Fred Flintstone.
Tipped over the car.
We had a little MYY steak. That doesn't happen. We
No.
normally get pizza.
If Paul's not here, we're lucky to get White Castle, and he's getting NYY steak. And I love White Castle, by the way. So. Yeah, sliders. There you go.
Do you even have White Castles in New York?
Of course.
You do?
Didn't it originate
Not
here?
every block. No, they originated in Detroit or
I
Cleveland.
thought they were a Midwest.
They're Midwest. I think they started.
I'll call my wife.
Plenty of White Castles.
She
in
loves
New York.
them.
Now, in the leafy suburbs of Westchester, where you and your wife stay, I don't know if you can find a White Castle.
Yeah, I haven't seen one out there, to tell you the truth.
The leafy suburbs.
Yeah, he's always got to throw those adjectives in there, yeah?
The 3-0. And he walks Swisher. So that's going to pass the baton to Jorge Posada. Posada 1 for 2. White Castle was founded in 1921, Paul, in Wichita, Kansas.
Just came off the top of your head, huh?
No, Bill Bowen, my producer.
Right
told
through
me.
your ear?
Yeah. Posada wants this next hit so badly to get off the interstate. He has been there pretty much all year, and he's starting to get hits. He had 3 hits the other night. He's 1 for 2 tonight. And I think that would be a huge weight to not look up there and see that number on the board. Pitch is high. Last time up, he lined a single right field. .222 in these situations, 2 outs and runners in scoring position. Posada has not been above 200 since April 5th, so it has been a long climb for him. Beckett takes something off that pitch, 2-1.
Like CC Sabathia, Michael, that's why Josh Beckett was leading the American League in ERA. Right now, a mistake of 3-1 fastball to Granderson is the difference. He's 2-0 count. Posada, we're talking about off the interstate, getting the Mendoza line at 200. He throws him a 2-0 changeup, still respecting the fact that Jorge Posada can hit a fastball.
Now they want to make sure about this pitch, so they're going to talk it over as Varitek and Beckett meet at the mound. Hey, voting is now open for the 2011 All-Star Game in Phoenix. Help send your favorite New York Yankees to this year's All-Star Game by voting up to 25 times at Yankees.com. Visit Yankees.com and cast your ballot now for your 2011 All-Stars. Vote early and vote often. Vote today at Yankees.com.
They got the starting vote right now. Infield, right?
No, infield.
The whole infield and Granderson?
And
He should.
Russell Martin also. Is that counted?
So, yeah. Soft ground ball, and it stays fair. And Posada never ran as Gonzalez steps on the bag, and that will do it here in the 6th inning. No runs a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We have 6 in the books here in the Bronx, and the Yankees lead 2-0. Cespedes dropped by. Paul O'Neill, bored.
Look how fast I'm bored, though.
Al Leiter's kid dropped by.
Wow.
Flip.
The boss, Flip, and his son dropped by. David Cohn. Everybody. Costas came back for a slice of pizza. Oh, yeah, it was busy. 3 hours and 27 minutes like Grand Central in here.
It was like an old-timers game. David Wells was in there, David Cohn.
Yeah.
And I didn't touch you once that whole time.
You didn't what?
Mike, okay.
Do you ever watch him when he does the like segment 2 with me? He's hitting me, touching me, grabbing my arm. I get black and blues. As David Ortiz grounds a single up the middle, leading off the 7th inning. Fidelity scoreboard. It's 2-0 Yankees over Boston, and that scoreboard brought to you by Fidelity Investments. Turn here.
Such a pride thing when you get hit from a pitcher, and the next time up you want to prove to them that it didn't affect you whatsoever. Poppy gets a good swing. Got to be a tough at bat against CC.
Here's Jed Lowry, fly ball to center, fly ball to right. 2-0 Yankees, top of the 7th. Line drive past the lunging Teixeira and down the right field line. Big Poppy round second. He's going to go to third. The ball gets past Swisher. Poppy is coming home. Lowry is held at third. It's 2-1. The Yankees lead the Red Sox. Swisher lost his footing out there, and the ball got by him. And that allowed Ortiz to score.
Yeah, I think that he had an angle at it, and then he realized that his angle was wrong, and he almost kind of stabbed at it, and it just got by him. Wow, we talking about tripping and falling.
Well, you would know that angle better than anybody, Paul. But I think it was so close to where that angle, how it goes straight. I think he anticipated it hitting off before it went straight down the line.
If it hits that little sidewall right by where the bat boy stands, it'll shoot right out to you.
That is Squibb toward third with the infield in. A-Rod fires across the diamond, and they get Crawford. And Lowry has to hold at third. That's a good play for A-Rod, and he really showed his arm there and had to with the speedy Crawford.
Little cue ball, jam shot, firm throw. Looked like Crawford reaching for the bag, ended up being a little short. Tripping.
Yankee infield will remain in. And here's Mike Cameron. So CeCe's looking for a strikeout or a pop-up. Cameron grounded to short and then flied out to right. So Ortiz with a single, Lowry with what was scored a triple, Crawford with a ground ball to A-Rod. Infield is in. 1-1.
Again, if this ball hits here, it'll shoot straight out to you, and I think that's what he thought by coming here, and all of a sudden it hugs the wall. That's close there. That could have been a ground rule double, and if they would have called that, they'd have held Ortiz at third base.
Foul back. CC 95 miles an hour. Cameron is 3 out of 4 this year, getting the run in from third with less than 2 outs.
He's got himself in a count. 2 strikes for CC Sabathia can do a lot of things. How to get that strikeout. Pitch any different with the guy infield in now?
No. But that's, I would think more inside because it's a hard pitch to really fight off. It's usually a ground ball jam shot. You're thinking down, of course, in the zone. But right here, I know you're going to mention with the runner at third base, you trust if you're throwing your breaking ball, you trust that your catcher can block it. I mean, really, the plan, Paul, as a pitcher, as you go through what you think the scout report would be on that given at bat, and even as the game goes along. If you mentioned earlier in the game about Pedro Martinez, if he just got away with just fastballs, you know, I used to think about, if I was going to face Cameron in the first at bat, I'd like to do it in these pitches. Second at bat, maybe I introduce a curve or the show the changeup. Really try not to think about where your defense is.
That one is hammered to left field. It's a base hit. It's a tie game. Gardner plays it out there. Cameron on second, RBI double. 2-2, top of the seventh.
Yeah, I think if CC Sabathia had to do this over again, I think he would go for a breaking ball or a strikeout pitch. And knowing that you've got Jason Varitek on deck, who is a double play threat and also struggling at the plate, he got a fastball up in the zone. That's exactly what you want as a hitter, especially on a 3-2 count. Cameron just hammered it.
Yeah. That's a mistake. And for a pitch going down in the zone, look, Mike Cameron, at 38 years old, has always been a good fastball hitter. Granted, the bat speed's not quite as quick as it once was. But as you said perfectly, with Varitek on deck, you got a 3-2 count. Trust that you threw it the previous pitch to get the 3-2. You threw the slider. It's easy to second guess, I know.
Well, as a hitter, I mean, it's like ingrained in your brain from Little League. The 3-2, okay, now he's going to come after me. And, you know, you swing at so many balls 3-2 if the pitcher has the guts to go to an off-speed pitch.
Pitch is high, 1-0 to Jason Varitek. Missed outside.
Funny how the game goes. I mean, CC's throwing the ball so well. All of a sudden, a single and kind of a weird play out in right field, and one big hit, and it's a tie game. And it's in a blink of an eye, really nothing's changed with your stuff or anything. All of a sudden, you've given up a couple hits, and next thing you know, it's a tie game.
2-0. Foul back.
I can see how a few of the pitches have been up. A couple of the fastballs up to Cameron. That last fastball to Varitek up in the zone.
Behind in the count. A little laugh there. Adrian Gonzalez and Terry Francona.
Punched out to right field. It's a base hit. Cameron held up. Charging his swisher to fire home, and Cameron is held at third.
I always say the best throw an outfielder can make is getting to the ball and getting rid of it, so the third base coach has to hold him up, because this ball's off target, but it doesn't matter. He gets to the ball quick, gets rid of it. And you see Mark Teixeira having to run. This ball's not even close to home plate. But third base coach has to make a decision as soon as you get to the ball and release it.
Now you saw that little bit of hesitation, Cameron making sure that ball goes to the outfield with one out. Fly ball in the outfield, sacrifice fly. Red Sox could take the lead.
Ellsbury showed all kind of bunts last time up. Keep that in mind too. You've seen guys that truly want to play the game of baseball. I mean, you can drag a bunt with you. You at least get that winning run in if you feel like you don't have a good at bat against a guy. CC's tough on lefties.
Shortstop and second baseman Cano and Jeter are kind of in a little bit to try to turn a double play against the speedy Ellsbury. They're not back, and obviously they're in at the corners with runners on first and third. Seventh inning has been the worst inning for CC this year. He's allowed 12 runs in the seventh, more than any other inning. The next closest is the first inning when he's allowed 7 runs. The 0-1. 0-2. This year, he's gotten it done 75% of the time, 6 out of 8, getting runners in from third with less than 2 out.
He's going to have a tough time right now. He's 0-2. CC has a couple pitches here to try to put him away.
Next pitch will be his 100th.
Bullpen is up, but you know, CC looks like he has plenty of stuff. The only problem is he has gotten late in the, he's got late in the game for you, but you're in a tie game at this point. So the bullpen is definitely going to come into play.
Yankees led 2-0 from the first inning on. You see how CC's pitches have broken down. And he had held the Red Sox scoreless till the 7th. Single by Ortiz, a triple down the line and right by Lowry. Then 1 out later, Cameron with a double to left. That tied the game at 2. Varitek then single to right. We have runners on first and third with 1 out and Ellsbury at the plate. The 1-2 pitch. Grounded through the right side for a base hit. Cameron scores. Varitek stops at second, RBI single for Ellsbury, and the Red Sox have taken a 3-2 lead.
You see CC Sabathia frustrated. I mean, he threw his pitch. He got a slider, got a little bit too much of the plate, but good piece of hitting by Ellsbury. And when the runner on third base, Teixeira gets off as far as he can, but there's a big hole over on that right side.
Well, with the double play in order, the double play depth for the second baseman and Cano playing a little pinch up the middle. Larry Rothschild shaking his head. Part of the game, CNI singles, little bloops.
And there's a strike. For 10 since April 21st with runners in scoring position, 200 overall. 0-2. So it has unraveled quickly here in the 7th inning for CC. And Sabathia has completed at least 8 innings in his last 4 starts. He's battling to get through the 7th right here. Still just 1 out.
Usual there. I see that. Peeking. Oh yeah, maybe his helmet's way down, kind of like peeking at the pitcher. I think you'd want to get a good clear view of the pitcher, wouldn't you? It's a little different from Marco Scudero. Joey looks out to CC here.
Notice how he extends his arms out completely sideways before he gets back in there.
What's your Brimley's hat? Helmet.
Count 1-2. Driven out to left field. Gardner back, and he'll make the play on the run. Both runners are a treat. Pretty nice play by Brett Gardner.
Great play by Brett Gardner. And I tell you what, if that ball gets over his head, and he was playing fairly shallow, 2 strikes on the hitter and gets a great jump. That ball gets over his head, it's a 2-run double. Breaks this game open. And the one reason you can play that shallow with two strikes is because you are comfortable with going back out of the ball, and you know you've got good enough speed to get back there.
I'll tell you, both Granderson and Gardner play shallow. Protecting against that little bloop and trust that they can get on their horse and run down some balls in the gap.
.351 in these spots, but one hit in his last 11 at bats with runners in scoring position. Grounded up the middle. Does it squeeze through? Yes, it does. A base hit. Varitek will score. Ellsbury goes to third. The throw comes into second. RBI single for Gonzalez, and the Red Sox lead 4-2.
He struggled his first couple at bats off the CC, but if you watch the replay of this, the key to hitting a left-hander is to keep that front shoulder in, and you'll see Adrian Gonzalez, nothing. That front shoulder right at the pitcher. Not going to pull off this time. Got in on him a little bit. Good piece of hitting. Knows how to drive in runs.
And CC is out of the game. 4 runs he's allowed here in the 7th inning. He's given the lead up. We'll be back. Hotel now open. Jacoby Ellsbury continues his hot hitting, 2 for 3 with a ribby. Adrian Gonzalez just picked up an RBI. Jed Lowry, a triple, a ribby and a run scored. David Ortiz, a single and a run scored. Crawford got a hit, a big one. Mike Cameron got a hit, an RBI, and Jason Varitek a hit and a run. So David Robertson comes on as Joe Girardi makes the call to the bullpen, brought to you by Verizon Fios. To get the best deals on Fios, you have to visit us online at verizon.com/getFios.
Well, David Robertson going to be carrying the heavy lifting for the Yankee bullpen now with Jabba Chamberlain down. What a year so far. Look at the 38 strikeouts in 23 innings. Dominant. Great fastball, great curve.
And he'll face Kevin Youkilis. Couple of strange stats in his last start against the Red Sox, which was back on May 14th. CC also allowed 4 runs in the 7th inning, and tonight against a lefty-laden Red Sox lineup, the lefties were 5 for 12 against Sabathia. So Youkilis is the 9th batter that Boston has sent to the plate. First and third, 2 outs. That one's fouled back.
Well, the big at bat in this inning, Mike, was definitely the Mike Cameron at bat. Bottom of the order. Deal with the leadoff single, and then the ball kicked around in right field Swisher thinking maybe would have ricocheted off. Got the ground ball in the third, and then a big double by Mike Cameron.
Line drive, a base hit. And the onslaught continues. Ellsbury scores. Gonzalez moves to second. An RBI single for Youkilis. It is now 5-2 Red Sox.
I don't know what to say other than the Red Sox are rolling right now. Guys that haven't been hitting are hitting. The guys that have been hitting or continue to hit offensively this series. They've been something direct. I mean, they're scoring runs. They're getting hits, big hits with men in scoring position.
Now here's a guy who started it, David Ortiz, with a single up the middle. Before that, Sabathia was just coasting. Before the single by Ortiz, he'd given up 2 hits and no runs over 6 innings, and that started the ball rolling down the hill, and right now it's turned into a little bit of an avalanche. Red Sox 5 for 10 tonight with runners in scoring position. That one is driven out to left center field. On the run is Granderson. It's over his head and up against the wall. Gonzalez scores. Here comes Youkilis. He'll score. It's a 2-run double for Big Poppy. And Boston leads 7-2.
Ball running away. Looked like a cutter that ended up staying on the plate. Granderson played a little shallow. Didn't matter, off the wall. Big double for David Ortiz. 2 more runs.
Ortiz, who got hit earlier in the game, obviously pumped up with his 2 hits in this inning.
Well, no doubt about it. That'll bring out some emotion in you. You want to show that you can come back from it, and he has. 2 at-bats after that, base hit, and now a 2-run double.
And the pitch to Lowry is a strike. Seven runs in the 7th inning for the Red Sox. That one is laced into left field, and Gardner makes the play on the run for the final out. But the Red Sox score 7 runs on 8 hits, and they leave 1 man on base. At the end of 6.5 time for the 7th inning stretch, Boston leads 7-2, but we'll stay right here to honor America in the Bronx.
For a moment of silent prayer as we remember the servicemen and women who are serving our country at home and around the globe. Thank you. Now join in Kate Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
Box score brought to you by Sands Casino Resort Bethlehem Hotel, now open. Curtis Granderson, a home run, a 2-run shot in the first inning, and that's really the offense for the Yankees. Cano's had a hit, and Posada's had a hit. That's it, 3 hits in 6 innings against Beckett, who now has a 7-2 lead. And Brett Gardner leads off and takes a strike here in the bottom of the 7th. It'll be Gardner, Cervelli, and Jeter, 8-9-1 against Beckett. Fidelity scoreboard shows you 7-10-1, leading 2-3-1.
See Beckett's reaction to that. Looked like a curveball right down the middle of the plate. I think it fooled the umpire. But, you know, the one thing this series has shown, Michael, is the offense of the Boston Red Sox. And, you know, the Yankees are going to have to figure out how to get this thing going where they throw up some runs, take some pressure off the pitching.
Any rhyme or reason, Al, to what happened to CeCe? He's coasting 2 hits, 6 innings, and it all falls apart in the 7th?
You know, Mike, I go to that Cameron at bat. I mean, I'll almost get, you see how it plays out. Ortiz gets a single, then the Jed Lowry triple. Crawford, little nubber. A-Rod has a great play in the 2-2 count. He leaves a fastball up, out, over.
Now it's popped up. Euclid, 1 away.
And then I really just think some of the pitches were up. I think Ellsbury, a little C&I single past Cano to the right. I know it's part of the game. Adrian Gonzalez up the middle, and you know, before you know it, it does feel like the wheels are falling off.
Here's Cervelli. He's 0 for 2, tried to bunt, popped up to Beckett, and then struck out looking on a breaking ball. Pitch outside.
Well, there really wasn't anything where you'd say, okay, the velocity dropped, or he was, you know, scattering his bad command on his off-speed pitches. Got behind on Varitek. Was really the only one he got behind that whole inning.
Like a lot of his fastballs in that 1 inning kind of got up in the zone. That's really the only thing that was the difference from the first 6 innings.
Yeah, you mentioned a couple innings ago, Paul, about the frustration. Is there any for a guy like Josh Beckett who's not getting run support? He's had 6 no decisions, and really, it sounds kind of like a standard answer of a cliche. No, I'm just trying to make pitches, but. You have to believe your offense. Look, Boston's got the best offense average-wise in the American League. And even though he's been in a bad spot and not getting the run support, you continue to pack away and make pitches. And in his case, you hope that your counterpart in CeCe would have an inning as he did last inning.
Bullpen up again. I mean, Robertson's so important now. You can't, you've got to get him out of the game so he's available tomorrow.
2 away with the strikeout of Cervelli. Hey, join Derek Jeter on the road to his next milestone. Become a Yankees Universe rookie member and receive a limited edition Derek Jeter bobblehead. This 5-inch bobblehead is only available as part of the Universe rookie package and is a must-have for every fan's collection. Members will also receive the other items in the Universe rookie package, including a Yankees Universe t-shirt and a customized membership card. Join Yankees Universe today by calling 800-GO-YANKS or by visiting yankees.com/universe. And here is Derek Jeter. No hits today. Now he has one. He is chin away from 3,000. 2,990 hits with that single. He has 4 hits in this series. Ten away from Roberto Clemente.
Well, Josh Beckett's got a lead. He's going to go right after hitters. Derek Jeter gets a fastball out over the plate, drives it right back up the middle.
Those are the pitch breakdowns. 101 for him. And the pitch to Granderson is a strike. Two-run home run by Granderson. Essentially the Yankee offense. He's homered, walked, and was hit by a pitch. Third strike. This is what Beckett's done against the Yankees this year. 20 and 2/3 innings. Just 10 hits, 2 runs, and that was in the first inning tonight. 5 walks and 24 strikeouts in 20 and 2/3 innings. Against the Yankees, lifetime 12 and 7, 5.66. Jeter goes, but Granderson swings and misses, and that will do it. No runs a hit, no errors, and 1 man left on base. We go to the 8th inning. It's 7-2 Boston. Ever in baseball. So why is Yogi Berra being compared to William Shakespeare? Find out on the Verizon Fios game wrap-up tonight on My 9 News. Well, Jeff Marquez is making his Yankee debut. Yankees picked him up on waivers from the White Sox. They had actually originally drafted him. So Marquez, a part of the Yankee bullpen now. This is what he did at AAA Charlotte this year. 3-4, 3.97. 53 hits in 47 and 2/3 innings. And he was actually in the Swisher deal that brought the Yankee right fielder to the Bronx. And Marquez went to Chicago.
Wow, I would think in the next 3 weeks or so that you might see some people coming up from the minor leagues getting some opportunities to show if you can pitch here or not. Whether they're the young phenoms down there or a couple guys that you pick up off the wire. I mean, you've got to get some guys in here that you trust to get people out.
Well, I would think, and it's certainly opportunity. You know, as a pitcher, with Marquez being here, Marisani, that you get an opportunity to say, hey, let me show what I can do. Maybe I could be a guy in the mix here.
And that's the way the Yankees envision their bullpen, at least the first 3. And a slew of injuries have weakened what was a strength on this team. Ground ball right side. Cano will get Crawford. Crawford 1 for 4 tonight. Born in California, 41st overall pick in the 2004 draft by the Yanks. As we mentioned, he was traded to the White Sox in the Swisher deal. One major league game, and that was last year with the White Sox. He actually allowed 2 runs, including a home run in 1 inning pitched. Mike Cameron with a weak wave. The paid attendance tonight was 48,845, and that's the largest paid attendance of the year here at Yankee Stadium. The actual turnstile count was 41,120, but I'd say in the ballpark right now there might be 10,000 people. They all started to exit when the 7 runs went on the board in the 7th inning. But a 3-hour and 27-minute rain delay. There were plenty of people here at the start of the game.
Plenty of excitement, too. I mean, the crowd was into the game. See some of these swings from Mike Cameron. I mean, here's a guy that has taken on a role of platooning, you know, playing against lefties. So, you know, you get in a game like this where you've got a big hit off of lefties. Manager Tito Francona is going to keep him in the game, but you know, you just see his at bats off righties who just aren't like they are off the lefty.
Cameron down looking.
You know that Terry Francona, Tito, that was his nickname? Did you know that?
That was Tito, right?
Right.
And they call him Tito as well. See the out-of-town scoreboard there. Brought to you by BOS Video Wave, the only HD display with BOS sound built inside.
Paul, you mentioned about the relievers and what's going to happen here and who's going to find their slot, what the potential options are as the Yankees trade, bringing guys up, whatever it may be. But I think about Tampa Bay, Michael. You know, decimated bullpen, everybody gone. What Joe Madden said, you know, I'll find an arm or I'll find arms. Joel Peralta has done a nice job. Farnsworth, 13 saves. You got young guys, Adam Russell, Brandon Gomes.
Yeah, but the difference is they found those arms in the offseason. Now Brian Cashman has to find arms in the middle of a season when people aren't just giving away people in the bullpen.
True, and they were via trade. Got 3 arms that are in their bullpen right now. Jason Bartlett traded to San Diego. Cesar Ramos was in that trade as well. All doing a nice job for Tampa Bay.
San Diego might be the place to shop for relievers still. Heath Bell is the last year of his contract, and they're probably not going to be able to afford him. There's a strike to Varitek. Trade deadline is July 31st. You could acquire people after that, but you can't get them without them passing through waivers. Shattered bat and a ground ball to Cano. So a 1-2-3 inning for Jeff Marquez in his Yankee debut. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Red Sox 7-2. Toyota, which was the biggest and best Yankees-Red Sox player rivalry of all time? Was it A, DiMaggio Williams, B, Mattingly Boggs, C, Munson Fisk, or D, Rivera Papelbon? Text A, B, C, or D to 70377 or go to my9tv.com. Find out the results right after the game. It's Take on Russ, brought to you by Toyota. Every other game in the big leagues over, even the West Coast games. So we are the only game in the sport going on right now. Bottom of the 8th inning. That just finished up. Cincinnati beating San Francisco. And we have a new pitcher for the Red Sox. It's Matt Albers as Josh Beckett pitched a strong 7 innings.
You know, one rivalry that wasn't on there, and you'll remember it, Michael, is back when Garcia Parra was the shortstop. And, you know, there was a lot of talk every series because, you know, there was that group of 3, A-Rod, Derek Jeter, and Garcia Parra. So it was always a, you know, a series of, you know, to watch the shortstop.
Good point.
Yeah, it's good one.
There's a strike. One to Teixeira. Fouled away. Mark is 0 for 3. 5 for his last 27. Averaging 255. Count 2-2. Yankees got 2 quick runs in the first inning. Derek Jeter was plunked by Beckett, and then on a 3-1 pitch, Granderson hit one in the seats in right field, his 18th homer of the year. That was 2-0, and it held up until the 7th when the Red Sox exploded for 7 runs on 8 hits. And that's where we stand right now, bottom of the 8th inning, 7-2 Boston. Hot shot to first base. Gonzalez steps on the bag, 1 away. Well, one thing that we've seen from Gonzalez, he can really field that position. Very smooth at first. That was not a hard play, but he's good.
The ball is hit hard, though, Michael, and you see there's no jabbing at the ball or everything. Everything was in rhythm, real soft hands. You see guys stabbing at the ball or a lot of movement. It just looks, everything he does on the baseball field just looks like it's very natural to him.
Here's Alex Rodriguez, 0 for 2 and was hit by a pitch. Cleveland comes into town later today, and they will begin a 4-game wraparound series. By wraparound, I mean tomorrow night or tonight, Saturday and Sunday afternoon, and then Monday night. Cleveland's probably in town now. They didn't even play today, so they are in town. So if you're watching Manny Acta, how you doing? Manager of the Indians.
Well, there's a team that's got off to an unbelievable start, to the surprise of almost everybody in baseball. But lately, starting to fall a little bit. Be a big series for them to show up here for 4 games in Yankee Stadium.
Coming into action today, they were a game and a half ahead of Detroit. Detroit won today, so Cleveland didn't play, so it's a game now. And Cleveland 34-26, and they're 3-7. The Indians are in their last 10 games. The 1-2 to A-Rod. 2-2. The 4 probable pitchers: Fausto Carmona tomorrow, Mitch Talbot on Saturday, Josh Tomlin on Sunday, and Carlos Carrasco is on Monday. Those were the 4 right-handers that will go for the Indians. A-Rod's worked the count full. And the Yankees will line up 4 right-handers as well. And the 3-2 outside, so A-Rod works a walk. Let's take a look at the matchups for the weekend series with the Indians. Carmona against Nova later today. Saturday, Talbot against Colon. Then Sunday, Tomlin against Garcia, coming off a shaky start against the Red Sox, and Carrasco against Burnett, also a shaky start against the Red Sox.
Josh Tomlin, what a nice surprise in baseball for the Indians. They're going to miss Justin Masterson. I think it's been a good story. Still holding up. Tigers are coming up on him.
Just look at the record of Fausto Carmona. Remember, he was game 1 starter up there a few years ago up in Cleveland. I mean, unbelievable stuff. So you're just going to have to see, you know, what has changed.
A-Rod goes. He'll go to second. That's defensive indifference. He wasn't being held. Cano double, a blooper to left field just inside the line that bounced into the seats. That was in the 6th inning. Now, if the Red Sox win this game, it will be the 6th straight game they beat the Yankees here at Yankee Stadium. Now, coming into this game, they obviously had a 5-game road winning streak, and it's the 5th season in which Boston has had a 5-game road winning streak against the Yankees. It happened previously in 04, 12, 13, and 39. The only year in which the Red Sox won more than 5 straight decisions against the Yankees in New York was back in 1912, and they were 10-0 in New York against the Yankees. And that's when the Yankees were still the Highlanders.
They didn't even have the interlocking NY at that
No,
point.
they didn't even have numbers on their back.
It's amazing how you can hear certain fans when it starts to thin out at the end of the game.
The smaller the crowd.
Takes you back to the minor leagues, doesn't it? Or how when you could really hear them. Huh?
Or Milwaukee County Stadium a few years ago.
The 2-2. Grounded to second base. And Canoa's out as A-Rod moves to third. The Yankees have been able to do very little offensively. Yesterday they put some runs on the board, but to no avail. They never had a lead. The only lead they had this series was 2-0, and that was tonight. That's the only time they had a lead the entire series.
Talked about Josh Beckett. I mean, he comes into the game with a 2.01 ERA and didn't do much to up that tonight. Gave up 2 runs early and then absolutely shut the door the rest of the game. He's a power pitcher that has added some other things to his whole repertoire out there, but again, he'll battle you. Got great stuff. Gave up a couple runs, and when CC was throwing up zeros, he continued to keep his team in the game and busted out for a big 7th inning.
The 0-1. Looped into center field. Ellsbury is there, and that's going to do it. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 man left. We've played 8. It's 7-2 Boston. by Hershey Park. This was in the first inning.
First inning, Jacoby Ellsbury, but it hasn't been only in the first inning. 7 for 13 in this series against the Yankees. We talked about it. He has really had a resurgence all year from last year. He's made himself welcome to being in that #1 hole. Has done a lot of good things for the Boston Red Sox this year.
2 for 3 tonight, and that gives him a 7-game hitting streak. And he's 14 for his last 32 as well. He's been on fire. And that one is chopped over the mound. And Cano gets him. Oh, what a play by Cano. Ellsbury is very fast, and Cano really with a quick release and a strong arm.
That's not the only good play he's made, but this here, I mean, it's barehanded, same thing. Getting by a half step. Great play by Cano. These things get overlooked because of where the game is, and that's just a great defensive play.
Now, you mentioned about the Highlanders, or I mentioned the Highlanders, Paul, and you said there was no interlocking NY. And Michael Margulies of the Yankee PR department says that the interlocking NY actually debuted in 1909.
Really?
So it was there. So they were the New York Highlanders. So, of course, the NY could still be there.
We went way back for some of this stuff tonight. You know that? Poor little guy.
That one is driven into right center field off the bat of Scudero. And that's going to be an extra base hit. In fact, that will extend his hitting streak to 7 straight. Now, the Yankees actually came into being in 1903, but they became the Yankees in 1913. And the interlocking NY was actually designed by Tiffany for New York City policemen, and then it became part of the Yankee uniform. And that one is hammered into right center field. It is a base hit off the bat of Gonzalez, and that one goes to the wall. Scudero will score. Gonzalez with another RBI, his second hit, and it's 8-2 Boston.
Well, it's game out of hand, and Jeff Marquez trying to show Joe Girardi and the Yankee coach and staff organization that you can have a good outing here, leaving a couple balls up. Scudero hitting the ball almost in a similar place, a little bit further right center field toward Nick Switzer. Very good hitter, and Adrian Gonzalez getting that. Another RBI.
It's funny because Gonzalez's first couple at bats tonight, you're just thinking, you know, he had horrible at bats. Well, he's maybe get out of here and have a bad night, but all of a sudden he drives a ball up the middle last time, then he drives one out in the gap, ends up having a great night, adding to his league-leading total in RBIs.
Now, it's late at night, but, you know, it's never too late to learn, Paul. In 1912, the Yankees put pinstripes on their uniform for the first time. And in 1917, they actually removed the NY from the uniform, and it was just pinstripes.
When did the logo show up again?
The NY came back in 1936.
You know, it's funny because other teams have pinstripes. I mean, it's a popular thing on baseball. But when you hear about pinstripes, you think of one team, the New York Yankees.
You know what's amazing, though? It's an old wives' tale that the Yankees had pinstripes because it was slimming for Babe Ruth. But Babe Ruth played with the Yankees from 1920 to 1934, and he never, ever wore pinstripes. because the Yankees didn't have pinstripes on their uniform in those years. They removed them in 1917 and they put them back in 1936. He never had pinstripes.
Wow, that's news breaking, isn't it?
There's a fly ball in deep left center field, and Granderson makes the play. That's where the Highlanders played in 1903. And that's not interlocking. Now, I take that back. I take that back about the pinstripes. I misspoke and misread. He didn't have the NY on his uniform the entire time. He had the pinstripes. So they had only the pinstripes. The NY was taken off from 17 to 36. So we didn't have breaking news.
I'm confused.
No,
it is 1:30. I'm a little confused.
I'm going to try to figure it out at this point.
You got that all, everybody?
I like the way you started with the research. It's never too late to learn.
Never. That one is laced into left field, and Gardner makes the play, and that'll do it. Here in the ninth, 1 run, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 man left. The pinstripes and the interlocking NY go to the bottom of the ninth. New York Yankees baseball on My 9 is brought to you in part by Verizon, America's largest and most reliable network. Bad Teacher in theaters June 24th. And by Jeep brand. We don't just make SUVs, we make history. When we go to the bottom of the ninth inning, the Yankees are down 8-2. And the new pitcher is Dan Wheeler. And he will face Jorge Posada. One more uniform note, Paul. The famous navy blue cap with the white interlocking NY, that didn't become the official cap until 1922. They had white caps with pinstripes, different sorts of looks. That cap became official in 1922.
And what did you say Babe started here and when?
Babe started in 1920.
20? A couple years later?
That did have a pinstripe.
He had pinstripes, but he didn't have the interlocking NY on the front of his uniform.
He had all the homers, I know that.
Yes, he did. When he had a number 3 on his back. And did you realize that, I'm sure you know this, Paul, that they used to have the numbers by your spot in the lineup. That's why Babe was 3 and Lou was 4.
Problem is, though, with that, I mean, what if you started the year hitting 3rd and you ended up hitting like 6th?
I always wondered that, and nobody's been able to answer. I don't know. I guess they didn't change the number. And I guess they didn't change the lineup that much.
That's right. You can't change me, Skip. I'm hitting 3rd. I'm number 3. What do you think, in your mind, most famous athlete of all time, Babe Ruth?
Yeah, I would think so.
Yeah?
He transcended even sports.
There's Muhammad Ali in there.
He's in there.
Jordan Ali.
Jordan Ali.
I mean, Babe Ruth, everybody in the world knows Babe Ruth. And popularity to professional sports, probably. He started, I mean, the big popularity.
And those of the people who did know Babe Ruth probably had his candy bar.
That wasn't his. That was the daughter of the president.
Oh, that's right.
Baby Ruth. Everybody thinks it's Babe Ruth.
I'm learning so much tonight. I just hope I can contain all this stuff in my mind for tomorrow.
And that one is looped into right field. A base hit for Posada.
And that'll do it.
That's his 2nd base hit, and that'll get him over 200.
I was just going to say, if nothing better happens tonight, Jorge Posada got over 200.
After the game, he's widely regarded as the best catcher ever in baseball. So why is Yogi Berra being compared to William Shakespeare? Find out on the Verizon Fios game wrap-up tonight on My 9 News. And that's the first time since April 5th that Posada is over 200. He's at 203. Here's Gardner. Ground ball is short. Let's see if they turn 2. There's 1. And it's tough to double up Gardner.
See Brett Gardner, he's just caught a little in between, frustrated, can't get some hits, hit the ball hard, hit at somebody. Again, gets down the line quick. That's about as easy a double play, and that just, you see Gardner just outrun the ball.
Well, they are going to send up Chris Dickerson now to pinch hit for Cervelli as Gardner reaches on the fielder's choice. One of the great lines that Babe Ruth had, I guess, during the Depression, he made $80,000 a year. And that was more than the president. And it was brought up to him, you're making more than the president. He goes, I had a better year. Dickerson fouls it back.
The president was $200,000. Is it still $200,000?
No, I think it's $400,000.
Is it?
Yeah.
So it's probably still under minimum salary for a major league.
It is under minimum, yeah. President Barack Obama is making less than Chris Dickerson, who lines a base hit to right field. Gardner will go to 3rd, and Dickerson picks up a pinch hit double.
Derek Jeter will get another at bat here. See if he can inch his way closer to 3,000.
Well, he's picked up 4 in the first 3 games. This is his final at bat tonight. So let's say he doesn't get a hit here. He gets 4 every 3 games. Then in the last day, he's going to be 2 away.
He's going to have a 2 for, maybe even a 3 for over the weekend.
But if he gets a base hit here, that's 5 in 3 games, and that changes the narrative. Then he gets 15 and gets to relax and get the day off next Thursday against Texas. If he gets 5 every 3 games. Second and third, 1 man out. Yankees trail 8-2, bottom of the ninth. And a strike. That one's chopped to short. That's going to get in a run. And the throw by Lowry gets Jeter. He picks up an RBI, his 18th of the year, and it's 8-3 Red Sox. As Dickerson moves to third.
A little disappointed. Danny Wheeler, the previous pitch, he just couldn't pull the trigger. Ended up getting a little, like a backup slider. Ended up getting in on his hands.
Paul, watch what Wheeler does as he comes to the set. Would that distract you as a hitter?
No, but I did notice that right when he came in the game, and I was going to ask Al, how do you get into these kind of weird things? You know, hitters do weird things too, but I mean, what's that all about?
Well, he has a split finger, so a lot of times we saw Ryan Dempster with Chicago wiggling his glove. Now right here, he'll have a split finger grip. So in order to either get to another pitch, you don't want to show anything with the glove. Guys are looking at the glove all the time, so that's kind of his goofy way of either keeping the grip or changing it.
Strike to Granderson. And he has to do it that way every time, otherwise it would be a balk. There's got to be a continuous thing, like when Louis Tiant would come to all those stops. That was his normal set, and that's why it wasn't considered a balk. Grounded foul.
Didn't Papelbon do something like that with his head? Something he kind of turned.
Well, he would do that as he was just about to look into the glove with his lips pursed. The 1-2. Missed inside. The 2-2 to Granderson. He swings and misses, and that will do it. And that will do it for the Yankees as they lose this one 8-3. They score a run on 2 hits, and they leave one in the 9th inning, and a loss 3 days in the Bronx for the Yankees, as the Red Sox have now taken 2 out of 3 from the Yankees in Boston, 3 in a row in New York, and another 3 in a row. The Red Sox, in the first 9 games of the season, they are 8-1 against the Yankees, and they leave New York with a 2-game lead in the American League East. Stay where you are. You've stayed so far. We appreciate your time and your effort. Red Sox celebrate, but we've got some awards to give out. Once again, the Yankees lose this one 8-3, and Big Papi had a big 7th inning.